right, those of you online, just a couple quick reminders. Do make sure that I believe I did get everybody's quizzes in, and so that's good because I had to be in already, so thank you guys for sending those in. Make sure up in the office is your quiz for Friday, so that is something important for you to get picked up, so make sure that you get by there, pick it up. Also, your field notes, again, field notes are up to you because I do give you the information, so if you'd rather just write them on a piece of paper, perfectly fine. But if you like the actual field notes, they are up in the office for you. If you have any questions, please make sure to email me. It is mikemoyer.ccs@gmail.com, or you can use the My School Works, and that is fine as well. But make sure to contact me there. Let's do this. Everybody go ahead and take your Bible, turn to Psalm chapter number 1. Psalm chapter number 1. Everybody here in the classroom and there and at your home, take your Bible, turn to Psalm chapter number 1. And we're going to look at your memory verses for this week, all right? Memory verses for this week. And we've really taken this chapter, we have memorized every single verse in this chapter, which I'm just going to let you know what your verses are next week. Your verses next week are Psalm 1, 2, and 3. 3 verses. And then the next week will be Psalm 1, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, so we're gonna put 3 of them together. I don't believe we'll do where I have you do all 6 of them, but that way I really want you to get into this chapter and understand it. We've tried to break it down many, many times, and I'm going to read the entire chapter to you and I want you to have it here. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to read the first verse, then all of us will read verse number 2. I'll read 3. We'll take turns, okay? So everyone needs their Bible open to Psalm chapter number 1. I do want everybody reading. Do make sure we are not eating at this time. You are not supposed to eat during class. So a great way to make sure that you're not tempted is the food that you have sitting out on your lap. You put it away, all right? So that way you are not tempted for that to happen. Psalm chapter number 1, let's look at verse number 1. I'll read verse 1. Everybody help me read verse 2. It says, "Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful." Everybody, verse number 2, read it with me. "But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night." Verse 3, I'll read it. "And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper." Verse 4, read with me. "The ungodly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away. Therefore the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous." And everybody read with me verse number 6, the new verse we added this week. "For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish." So really we have broke down, and I hope that we understand this is a comparison. It's a comparison chapter. It's telling you with your life you have 2 choices to make. Either you're going to follow God's plan for your life, follow His word, or you're going to do your own thing. Not only does it tell you to have 2 choices, it's going to tell you what the end result is of both of those choices. And that's what verse number 6 is all about. It just summarizes the chapter. And so verse 6 says, "For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish." It says, okay, it is your choice to make how you're going to live your life. Are you going to follow what God says to do, or are you going to do your own thing? But here's what it is. I'll tell you the end result. "The Lord knoweth." The Lord is with the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish. It will never bring you fulfillment. It never will. So Psalm chapter number 1 is a great life chapter for you because it really lays out, because let me say, every single person makes the choices that are made in Psalm chapter number 1. And I'll say this, it's not a one-time choice. I wish I could tell you the Christian life, let's say, okay, I want to live for God. So I go to church, I hear a message, I pray to God, "God, I want to live for you." And I wish I could tell you as soon as you pray that prayer and say, "God, I'm going to put you first in my life," that everything's easy after that. That's not the case, because it's not a one-time decision. To get saved is a one-time decision. What does that mean? That means I realize that I am a sinner, I cannot get to heaven on my own, and that Jesus came. He died on a cross for my sin. He rose again the 3rd day. And the only way for me to have a relationship with Him, because I can't be good enough because I've already messed that up, is through Jesus Christ. That's a one-time thing. But living for Jesus Christ is a daily thing. Paul said it this way, I die daily. What does he mean by I die daily? Here's what he meant. I'm going to die to my will every single day. Let's be very practical. What does that mean? How many times is there something you want to do but you know that it's wrong? You ever have that happen during the day? Somebody says something to you and you know how you want to respond, but you know that it's wrong. This has happened to me. You forgot about a section to study on your quiz or test. You just completely forgot about it. And the person sitting at the table next to you is like a genius, right? Don't look at the person sitting next to you and try to decide if they're a genius. All right, we're just throwing this out as a scenario. You know that they're going to get this right. And that paper is where you can see it. You know what's right to do. You know what you want to do. I mean, we could throw out scenario after scenario that every single day happens to us. Your parents ask you a question. You know to tell them the truth will get you in trouble. So what are you tempted to do? What Paul is talking about and Scripture talks about is that every single day I'm going to die to what I want to do that is wrong. Because what we want to do is take the easy way out. That's just our human mindset. I mean, let's just be honest. Each and every one of us, if we felt we could get away with something by lying, we're tempted to lie. I mean, we are. I can't tell you, I mean, as a kid, I guess I was just one of those people that didn't catch on very quickly, right? I think I told you guys this before. If I wanted to go somewhere, I'd go and ask my mom, right? My mom would have one thing that she would say every single time. Is your room clean? I don't know if anyone else's mom is like that. That would be what my mom would say. You know what I said almost every single time? Yes. Now, one would think, what do you think your mom is going to do when you say yes? You know what the next words out of her mouth were? Let me go see. Now, you would think after the first time I would catch on. Why even say yes? Because I know she's going to go look and say, no, it's not. But for whatever reason, it came out of my mouth, and then mom would say, let me go see. And then you'd come up with, well, hold on just a minute. Let me go check first. Right? You would make up some excuse so you could go try to clean up really quick because basically you just lied and it just came naturally. This is what we're talking about. Some in the room need to make the decision that Jesus is the only way to heaven. Not Jesus plus anything. Jesus alone. All of us need to make the decision today to live for God today. And let me say this about that decision. It's not made this morning at 7 o'clock when you wake up in the morning or whatever time you wake up. And maybe some of you have to pray a quick prayer before you get out of bed. God, help me to live for you today. That's not a bad thing to do. But just because I pray that at 7 o'clock in the morning doesn't mean all throughout the day I'm just going to automatically do what's right. Throughout the day, I'm going to have to make the decision to live for God. Psalm chapter 1 says, here's your choices. You're going to follow God's will. You're going to follow Him. Remember, that's what we were talking about, that in verse number 2, His delight is in the law of the Lord, and in His law doth He meditate day and night. I'm going to follow what God would have for me. Verse number 1 talks about the ways that you can go down. And then it begins to describe what are the end results. Verse 3 talked about the fact that he should be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. Now again, I want to be very careful of verse number 3 because God's definition of prosper and my definition of prosper are not the same often. If I were to ask you, what is a prosperous life? What are things that would come to our mind? Having a great career, living here, making this much money, having this many members of my family. A prosperous life, nothing bad happening in my life. Right? Those are the things we look at as being prosperous. That's not God's definition. God's definition of prosperous is that I'm growing closer to Him. That's God's. So it doesn't mean, verse number 3 does not say you live for God, your life is easy. That's just a lie. It may be hard, but it's much, much better. And then we get into verses 5 and 6, just talking about the verses 4 and 5, the ungodly, what their results are. And then verse number 6 summarizes the whole chapter by just saying, "For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish." Okay, take out your books, turn to, let me see what the page is again. I believe page number 119. Page number 119. Lead like Nehemiah. I believe I gave you guys time to write all of these in. But I want to make sure to look at those one more time. If you do not have all of them written in, make sure to write these in the blanks. Encourage people to use their gifts for God. We talked about that at great lengths yesterday, how everybody has different gifts, and instead of trying to demean somebody else for their gifts, encourage them to use it for God. Talk to them about their gifts. Become interested. If you really want to be a friend of people, become interested in them. There is a book. Some of you, if you like reading, this is a very, very old book. I don't even know if you can buy it anymore, but it's a book called How to Win Friends and Influence People. And basically it's how do you talk to people? And you want to know what the main thing you do to talk to people is? Ask them about themselves. You know what people like to talk about? Them. Now, that doesn't always mean like just them personally, but they like to talk about what they're interested in. And so if you want to be friends to people, just go up, you say, "I don't know what to talk to them about." Find out what their hobby is and begin asking them about it. You'll learn something, and they'll talk. I mean, those are the things that you want to. But that book, that basically is the premise of the book is you want to be friendly to people. Just begin to talk to them about what they're interested in. And what we like to do is we like to discourage people from their gifts because, again, we talked about this yesterday. Somehow it makes us feel better about ourselves, but that's not the case. It should not be how we do it. Help people work together. This is important. What can happen in a group is we have a group of students here, right? We can then, and this just happens naturally, begin to form smaller groups. You say, how do you form those smaller groups? Well, you typically do with people that you're interested in similar things. So if you're interested in similar things, you'll begin hanging out. Like say, you go to lunch and you sit with these 4 or 5 people every day. Like these are the people that you're with. And there's no problem with that. But here's what the devil tries to do with groups. He wants to take your group of 4 or 5 and be against this group. And so when you guys are over here together sitting at lunch, you know what you're talking about? These guys over here and what they're doing wrong. And it wants to separate people. We as Christians want to help people, as a leader, help people work together. Don't let things separate. Fight for God's truth. We talked about how there are some things that are very, very important that we must stand for. So what's an example for me? Let's go back to those groups. You're sitting in those groups and somebody wants to start talking or doing something that is wrong. Sometimes you need to take a stand. And sometimes it doesn't necessarily mean you get up and say, "You guys are wrong, you're evil, you're the devil themselves," or something. You know, that's not what I'm talking about. Sometimes it means maybe you just got to walk away. But to take a stand. Work according to God's plan. Follow what God would want. Be a servant of others. We talked about this. This is so very, very important. And the world's idea is if I'm great, I have people serving me. Right? If I'm successful, then I never have to drive a vehicle again. You know that if you're president of the United States, you never drive again? You never drive again. You're always going to have somebody that's driving you somewhere. Like that's sort of a, I don't know if it's necessarily a law, it's just maybe an unwritten rule, but they don't want it because if you're president of the United States, Secret Service will be with you the rest of your life. Like they're trying to protect, they don't want anything to happen, even to a former president. And a lot of the times, I mean, they don't have them do it. If you become successful, right, we don't typically see those people that are super successful going to the grocery store that much. Because they don't have to. And this is actually, this is way back when. But George Bush, the first one, okay, he was a very, as far as the world's eyes, became very, very successful. He served in a couple different administrations, ended up being the vice president of the United States, and ran and became president of the United States. In 1992, he was running against Bill Clinton to become president. And one of the things that people were saying about George Bush is that he didn't know how to connect with the common person, right? Because he's got so much money, he doesn't know what it's like to be us. So his campaign people came up with a plan to help him connect with the common person. He was going to go grocery shopping. I mean, because for a lot of them, it backfired, though. Let me tell you how it backfired. He went to the grocery store. He's there. And this is when they had just, I know this is way, way back in the day. I mean, this is so old, you're talking, I'm like 5 years old, all right? So, I mean, way, way, way back. They had just gotten the scanner type things. Where they, now it's just normal, but where they scan the barcode and that's how they get your prices. Before, you'd have like the price on there and they'd have to enter every single price. So they just get the scanner, and George Bush goes in there and he sees them scanning his food, and I forget exactly what he says. But basically like, oh, I've never seen that before. And so you know what people very quickly realized? He hasn't been to the grocery store in several years, right? So their plan to make him like the people sort of backfired on him. And what we're looking at here, though, that's the world's definition of success. And by the way, there's nothing wrong if somebody goes and gets their groceries for that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying my goal as a Christian is to find somebody to serve. Let me ask you this question, because I think this is a very, very important Christian principle. Who are you serving? Who are you helping? Who do you help? And I'm not just talking about once a year. I'm talking about who do you try to help? If nobody comes to your mind right now, can I challenge you to pray and to ask God, would you give me some people that I can help? Let's go ahead and put the paper down, all right? Don't throw it. All right, don't do that. Who am I helping? You say, who can I help? I think all of us have neighbors that we could probably help. You see that neighbor that's taking the trash can out there that's a little bit older and it's a little bit more of why not just go do it for them? Go ask them. But find some people that you can serve. And then the last thing, be a friend to the weak. This just means I'm friendly to everybody. Here's what happens. Unfortunately, it happens in Christian circles just as well as other circles. We find people that are, weak is not maybe the best, I don't know what the best term is for it. I mean, you could say weak, you could say, I guess different isn't, but they're just not like us. All right? They're a little bit, and they come in, and we sort of ostracize them and stay away from them, and we stay in our own little group. And let's just be even more practical. You're sitting at your church, or you're sitting in school, and somebody new comes. Do you go over and talk to them right away? You remember what it's like being new at school or at church. It's sort of awkward. You don't know anybody. Everybody's over there talking and having a good time, and you don't know anybody. Why don't you be the person that goes over and just helps them? Hey, you're sitting at lunch and somebody's sitting by themselves. Don't let somebody sit by themselves. You go sit by them. You go be that person that's their friend. Say, well, nobody else will come. Who cares? You go do it. That's what a leader does. And so these are leadership principles from the book of Nehemiah. Now, turn with me to page, we don't have as much time, page 121, page 121. Page 121, we're going to look at the book of Esther. Here's what I want you guys to work on right now. They see the box at the bottom of page 121. It gives you a reference to look this up. You are going to look up that reference and match who that person is with what they did. Okay, so the first one, queen who refused to obey the king. You're going to look up Esther chapter 1. So everyone take out your Bibles, turn to the book of Esther. Esther chapter number 1. You're going to look up verses 10 through 12 and then write down.
So in the events, look at that very last question. Verses 21 through 25, the events that led to the death of John the Baptist. Okay, so first, Herodias is
one. There will be one. Several of these have multiple answers. Number 1, there's only one. Number 2, there is 2. Number 3, there is 2. Number 4, there is 3. And number 5 is 2. If you have a question, let me know. Just look up that reference.
with like those like plastic plates, and then they put like the plate on top. If you don't know what that like chargers are, that's kind of like what it is. It's like a big.
Online, if you are online, go ahead and check in at this time. All right, if you're watching Make sure, I know some of you have already checked in, which is good, but again, remember, you must check in when I ask you to. So make sure, just put down here, let me know that you are here, and then I want you also, whatever I tell the students in class to be doing, that is what you should be doing there. So you should have your book out right now. You should have filled in those notes, and right now you should be looking at bottom of page 121, looking up Book of Esther, matching those people up. Okay? So make sure you're working on that. Go ahead and sign in for me. You got your Bible? All right, you're going to need that, okay? Yes, ma'am.
That he promised anything to the girl. Herodias' daughter danced before Herod. Enjoyed it so much that he promised to give her anything she wanted. She asked for John the Baptist's head in a platter.
Maybe you're done. Okay, so a few of you are. All right. All right, we'll give everyone else a couple more minutes to work on that. As you guys are filling them in, Esther right here is the events of a girl's life that nothing in her life went according to her plan. In fact, many events in her life she would not have wanted to happen. But we're going to see how God works all this out. And it really is a book about the sovereignty of God. What does that mean? How God is in control of everything. And how sometimes things happen that we would not wish or desire.
Sad to think of John the Baptist dying the way he did, but we must realize that God allows all things for a purpose in the life of a Christian. John had fulfilled God's purpose in his life. Who remembers what John's purpose was in his life? Aaron?
And we're going to look at people that some negative things happen, some positive. We're going to look at some people that felt like they were in charge of everything and quickly realize that they weren't. We're going to see a plan of a guy that wants to basically annihilate a group of people. The word we would use today is commit genocide. Kill off an entire nation of people. But we see how God protects. We see what happens. All right, let's go ahead and hopefully you got at least some of those done. Number 1, Vashti. What did you match up with her, Nat? A. Okay, A. This was the queen who refused to obey the king. So in chapter number 1, verses 10 through 12, you have the king who is having a big party and basically wants to call his wife down to entertain the guest. And the implication here is that it is not, it's not to come down and talk, it's to come down, and this is a sexual thing, different things like this. She refuses to come. She does not want to come down. Well, the king is not happy with it. In fact, if you read the chapter, some of the guys come up and like, hey, king, if you let her not listen to you, then our wives won't listen to us. You've got to make an example of her not listening to you. And he gets rid of the queen. Now, the Bible doesn't say how, doesn't say if she's killed or anything like that, or if he just sort of banishes her or whatever happens. But he gets rid of the queen. And now the guys that are working for him see another problem. By the way, they're having this huge feast, and we won't get into, I mean, they had been there for days, and I mean, just a lot was going on here. They notice the king's down. They're like, well, we don't want the king down. Let's go ahead and see if we can find somebody that can be his queen. And so we come to the king right now, King Xerxes, or other places known as Ahasuerus. What did you have marked down? There should be two things you had marked down for the king. Who had that marked down? Rihanna, can you give me both of them? D and J. D and J. So who is King Xerxes? First off, he's the guy that he banishes his wife. Now he does not have a wife. They say, well, here's our idea. Let's find you somebody that you can marry. And basically they send out people to find all of these different girls, bring them to the capital here, the town of Susa. And they are going to have, where he's going to choose one of them to be his queen. And this is the plan that they have going on. We'll get to J in a little bit there. We come to the man by the name of Mordecai. Mordecai. Who is Mordecai? What do you have there? Yes, sir. E and C. E and C. Mordecai is going to have a cousin. This cousin's name is Esther. Here's a girl that is growing up in a foreign land. Her parents had already come to this land, probably taken there. And as she's growing up there, the Bible does not tell us how or does not tell us when. It gives the implication that it was when she was younger because Mordecai raises her, but at some point she loses both of her parents. So she is an orphan. Her cousin Mordecai is going to come in and to help. You think of somebody facing a very difficult situation. Here's somebody facing a very difficult situation. Fortunately, God has provided a family member there to help take care of her. Because again, I think it's important for us to understand the context of the time. There are not things set up. I mean, a lot of times if this were to happen, if family members were to be, they would just be on their own. If no family would take them in or they couldn't find somebody to take them in. So she finds somebody that's going to take and raise her. Mordecai is a special guy. He sort of works in the government a little bit. And the big thing that he does is as he's working one day, he hears a couple guys talking. And these guys begin talking about the fact they want to kill the king. Not a good thing to be talking about. He hears this and goes and alerts the authorities, and the authorities come and they arrest these guys, stop them, and he basically saves the king's life. So Mordecai has done a good deed up to this point. Now we come to Haman. Haman. Who can give me, there's three different things that you should have for Haman. Three different things. Who can give me, let's go all three of them. Bella, can you give them to me? I, G, and F. I, G, and F. And let's see here, we'll get to I. Haman. Haman's basically the guy that's second in charge to the king. He's got an important position. I don't know why. Okay, I just got to be. When I think of Haman, you know who I think about? What's his? Jafar. I don't. You guys know who Jafar is, right? He's like second in charge of with the Sultan in Aladdin, and he's like this evil guy that's coming up with these plans because he wants to be king, and that's what I think of. I know you look at me and you're like you're strange. I know, but that's just how my mind works, and I think of so. When I read this account, the person that comes, the picture that comes into my head is that Haman looked like Jafar. in the old movie. You know, like with that super long face and like that's the picture that comes in my head. Fairly certain he didn't look like him, but that's what comes in my. I wonder if he had a bird. I don't know. I don't know if he had a bird or anything like that, but that's who I'm thinking of. Here's Haman. He's in charge. He's got a great position. Everybody respects him. And as he's going through town, there's one man that will not bow down to him. And that upsets him. Listen, the entire town bows down to him. And there's one guy that doesn't. And it bothers him. You say, how do you know it bothers him? He goes to the king, and to get rid of, there's one guy that's not bowing down to him. To get rid of him, he wants the entire race, that this guy, he's a Jewish man, the entire Jewish race to be destroyed because because Mordecai will not bow down to him. Do you think that's a guy a little bit obsessed with himself? I mean, one guy won't bow down to me, let's kill thousands of people. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. But this is his plan. I'm going to show them I want respect. He will bow down to me. And he goes to the king and he says, King, can we do this? And he doesn't just say, hey, king, this guy didn't bow down to me. I want to kill all these people because of that. Oh, no. Much too clever for that. He comes with this whole story about how these people aren't respecting the king and all of this. And the king signs a decree saying that on a certain day, that anybody could attack the Jewish people, take everything from them, and there would be no repercussions. Weird decree, but it's what he signs, and we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. Really quick, if you need to make that quiz up, it is tomorrow, so make sure you're prepared for that. And I believe that's all we got. So you guys are dismissed. Online, I believe I've got all of yours, so you don't have to worry about that makeup. Do make sure that you have your stuff ready for make sure you come in, pick up that quiz, and are ready for that. And make sure, one quick thing I wanted to remind you online. This is between, you got to be honest. Make sure when you take your quizzes, it is you and a parent there. There's nothing out that would help assist you in any way. So make sure of that. Help us out with those. All right? And you guys have a few minutes of break, and then you got your next class.
Welcome. Now that's my line. Welcome, everybody, to our one and maybe only day of talking about dating. Let's review first, okay? What is the hypothetical time scale or geological time chart? Now remember, when you guys don't take advantage of this, but when there are two names for something, if you put both of them down, you get that extra credit point, okay? That are used to summarize and graphically illustrate the evolutionary idea of the Earth's history. Anybody? Class? Geologic column. What is the first and largest division of the geologic column? The eon. What division are the suns or the eons divided into? Eras. Okay. What is any fossil considered by evolutionists to be characteristic of a specific range of time and used to identify rock layers in the field? Index files. What is a logic error in which the proof of an idea depends on the assumption that the idea is true? CR. CR is the initials. Circular reasoning. What are misplaced fossils called? Anomalies. Okay, here we go. Radiometric dating. Okay. I have a lot to say on this, but I'll avoid some things here. Okay, radiometric dating, girls, is the process of assigning absolute or exact ages to the rocks and files. Okay? Hark, who callest thou me? Hello, Mrs. Carr.
Yes, hey, Gary, sorry to bother you.
That's okay.
Jezreel's on the phone. He wanted to know if there's any quiz for his dad to pick up for him, or...
I don't. Well, I have one, but I don't have it with up there right now. I don't think.
Oh, okay.
So.
Do you know when? Like I can tell him because he's calling. I guess
Okay.
his dad wants to, if there's anything, but I don't know. You just like.
Okay. I'm going to be up there the next hour.
Okay.
So basically a little after 10.
A little after 10. Okay, I'll let him know.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay. Now, so radiometric dating. We through? We through? Good. It's based on fact. Okay? Fact that certain elements decay or transformed into other elements. Okay? Their daughter elements is what they call it. At relatively constant rates. Okay? So this is radiometric dating. It's to determine, girls, absolute age. Scientists use a parent element called half-life. Okay? That's the amount of time needed for half of the present element today into its daughter element. Okay? So radiometric dating is trying to get an exact number of year of age on a certain fossil. And they do it by using the daughter cells and the parent cells, about half what it would take, okay? And then they calculate another half for the actual fossil. Here's some dating methods, okay? Radiometric dating, the process of assigning absolute ages to igneous rocks and fossils. Okay. So I know I put the definition down there twice, but it's in this category. Radiometric dating. Letter B, law of superposition. The law stating that undisturbed strata lie in order they were laid down. This method is used on sedimentary rocks. Just doing a quick attendance look here. Okay. Then you have what's called carbon-14 dating. This is a method used to date organic materials like the bones, skin, and hair. Because every living thing has some form of carbon in it. Okay? So how much carbon is left gives the scientist an idea of how young that fossil is, or if there's not much left, how old it is. Okay? Carbon-14 refers to the number of neutrons that each carbon atom has that is decayed into nitrogen, or nitrogen-14. And thus you get your carbon-14. So evolutionists usually use this carbon-14 method only on organic material believed to be relatively recent. Okay? On the evolutionary time scale, which means less than 50,000 years old. Okay? And how old did we say that the Earth was? About 10,000, 8 to 10,000 in that realm. Okay? So if it's an old fossil, no more eating. If it's an old fossil, then there should be very little of carbon left in the bones. But there probably is still some. Okay? So here's some assumptions of dating. Radiometric dating methods require scientists to make several assumptions or guesses. Okay? Because of the accuracy or the lack thereof or the inability to get accurate. The methods are accurate only if the original and final amounts of radioactive elements in this sample are known. Okay? So if they don't know what element it is or what they're looking for or what specific element that they're looking for, if it's not there, then they can't accurately tell how old that sample is. Okay? So if any of the guesses are wrong, then the date assigned to that rock or fossil will be incorrect. Okay? So, are the methods good? Can be. They have a possibility of being good. Are they good? No, because they can't give us an exact. But this is science. Okay? Science deals with the unknowns. Science deals with a lot of assumptions. But what do you do with the assumptions? What do scientists do with the assumptions? Well, they take it and they take the assumptions and they apply it to fit their theory. Okay? Not is it proof of the theory, but they use it as a guess to help them to identify or to help them prove their theory. Well, here's a biblical explanation of it all. Although the complete geologic column cannot be found, there are still many strata sequences that appear to match a portion of the geologic column. Okay? Giving the impression of a simple to a complex arrangement. Okay? Now, this simple to a complex fits with our day and age. Okay? Life back in the roaring 20s, life back in the 1800s is so much more of a simple complex, simple time period, simple era, than it is today. Okay? They didn't have to worry about technology. You say, well, Mr. Brown, technology makes life easier. I agree with Cody. Does it really? There are some things, yes. Okay. Now, what's nice about these computers is I can type up a little letter. I make a mistake, I could just backspace and retype over it. Okay. That's easy. Because when I was in college, we didn't have the computers. Okay. And if we did, it was these humongous box things, okay, that you couldn't carry around with you. And so we had what's called typewriters, okay? Before my time, typewriters wasn't even in existence, okay? The typewriter, you could type along, and if you made a mistake, you had to, some typewriters had a kind of like a whiteout strip on the ribbon, and so you would hit a key to bring up the whiteout, and you could just punch it in, and it would white out. Sometimes that didn't work, and if you didn't have the whiteout strip, then you had to stop what you're doing, ring it up, the roll, and then take your white out and white it out. Or if it was easy enough, they used to have typewriter erasers. But if you weren't careful, you tore the paper as you were erasing. And then with the white out, it sometimes got on the roller and got on the keys and just made a big mess. And then they came up with the whiteout paper that you could just stick in there, and it would click, and then it would click, and then you click and click. Just see the hassle that we went through, and what you guys have right now is just typing in and make a mistake, you delete the word, and okay. And if you don't like what you wrote, you delete the whole thing and start all over. Well, if we had to go to a new piece of paper, okay? And I'll tell you one story. In college, I was doing what they call an all-nighter because I had to get a paper turned in the next day. And so I was up all night doing this. And I don't know what time, but you ever get to a point where you are just a zombie kind of fact, that you are just going through motions and you don't even know what you're doing? Okay? Well, in typing this paper, I got finished with the paper. And then I looked at my paper, and I don't know how long of a paper it was at this time now, but at least 3/4 of my last page, if not the whole page, was the same stinking line. Because I got into a zombie aspect. And I was so tired that my mind focused on this one line. I had to rip that paper out or and redo the whole paper in just a few minutes, that page, because I would have gotten wrong for it. But that's technology can be good, okay? But if you're not a technical person, then technology is a bear, okay? This stuff over here, you know who has to come in here to fix it if it goes bad? It's Mr. S. Because I have no idea what he's doing over here to pull up a screen. I know I can plug in my mic. I know I can use my mouse and pull down from before class to screen and teacher so that it comes up here, so it comes up there, so that the DLs can see what I'm talking about. I know that part, okay? And I know you got to plug in this cord. Got to have my mic on. Sometimes I forget that. But so the little things I know. But when it comes to technology, I don't have any idea what's going on over here. So from that perspective, it's bad. So we have come from a simple to a complex situation. That's life. The rushing floodwaters moved and deposited immense amounts of sediment, okay, to bring us our fossils, to put fossils into a somewhat geologic column, okay? The land animals were most likely buried according to their habitats and their ability to move, okay? Huh? Where? Yeah, their airs can't move either. It should be there. Okay. Now, see, if I had my candy, I would give you candy for that mistake. But I don't have my candy, so you don't get anything. Okay. I used to. Okay, so just kind of pointing out, we came from a simple to a complex realm. The first to be buried would have lived on the ocean floor. Okay? Because they were the slowest and least mobile. Okay? Yeah. Well, after the flood became the ocean, or basically the oceans for that area. And so there were probably some, but crabs can live in water, so they weren't probably put on the ark, if that's what you're going for. They might, because a lot of times crabs do live under the sand, seashore. Okay. It's when you take the same principle of a prey and predator. Okay. A predator will look for the prey that isn't moving fast, that is probably the last of the bunch, that is probably the youngest maybe, that is probably one that they don't have to worry about running too hard and exerting a lot of energy to catch. So they die because they couldn't move fast enough. Well, if you see this big flood coming towards you, the tsunami wave coming towards you, if you can't get out of the way fast enough, or even an avalanche, you're going to get buried alive. Okay? And you're probably going to die. No, because they were creation. So after the flood, God wanted to start over with his creation. Pretty much. Huh? I'm sure that they probably came into existence because seeds, different plants, because of the waters moved the seeds around, and the seeds crossbred, probably. I would say that there was. Land animals would have been buried next, with lowland animals overtaken and covered with sediment before animals that lived at higher elevations. Okay? If a flood comes, what do? You go to a higher ground. Okay? Some animals couldn't get to that higher ground. Some people couldn't even get to the higher ground fast enough. So therefore they died. The marine animals, we often the slowest and least mobile, preventing a quick escape. They were the often. Sea sponges, clams, and other mussels, and trilobites are all seen in the lower strata area because they got buried first. Stronger, more agile organisms like fish, probably able to survive longer, but eventually many of them were also overcome and buried. Probably because there was no food or anything for them to eat. Yes. Yeah, but some fish don't eat. Yeah, but they still have to eat. Some fish don't eat flesh. They have to have the food or the remnants. Okay, because they can't swallow whole food properly, or digest it properly, I should say. Okay. So the order of these burials, Aaron, that's one. Jasmine, one. Joey, one. Okay. So the order of burial resembles the geologic column. Which has fish and other mobile creatures evolving from slow, simple marine mammal or animals. Okay, so there is some idea of the geologic column, but just not an accurate portrayal like they want to do it. Plants would have been buried according to either their habitat or if they had been uprooted and then floated for some time where the flood waters deposited them. Okay. So again, we got the erosion aspect going on, taking a plant from over here, depositing it over here, and because it was deposited over here, they said that it died before something back over here. Okay. See, just because where it's at doesn't give a true accurate description of how old or where it got, what it's before. Yes, sir, ma'am. Not back in that area, there weren't at the flood, at least. But there had to have been some water because didn't God create water above and below? Maybe. Okay. Maybe. In that area, it was because there was no rain, there was no water. So a boat wasn't likely for them to happen. Well, there. Okay, let's backtrack because got off on a wrong idea here. In order, they had to survive. They had to have some water. That's true. Okay, and I'm glad you said that, Emma. There had to have been some water, some form of water. But water for them, it had never rained, so they didn't know that aspect. I'm sure that they did some form of fishing, whether they went out on some form of a boat or some form of a raft or just fished by the seashore or the shore. I'm sure they had to have they did some of that somehow. Not sure how, but I'm sure they did. Yes. Okay. Well, theoretically, they probably could have if they would have had one, enough food, two, enough good water to drink because they couldn't drink the ocean water that they were floating in. Possibly, if they were thinking ahead like that. But I'm sure at the time there was this disorder of chaos going on that people do because of all the rain that was coming down and the water coming up from below, creating the flood. Well, from the springs and okay, so the flood didn't occur just because of the rain, even though that's what the Bible says, that it rained for 40 days. There was water that came up from below to help with that amount of water. Okay. I'm sure to some extent there was probably some of that if we put some scientific logic behind altitude. Yeah. Now, going back to another thought that you had, this boat, this ark that Noah built, was none like that they had ever seen if they had ever seen one. Because he was proclaiming that it was going to rain, and they'd never seen it. And so, you would think, yep. Okay, Chase? Uh-huh. True. It's a good thought. Okay. During the flood, the water was violently transporting tons of sediment to various areas all over the globe, eventually burying millions of animals and plants and forming many different layers of sediment. So, Bella, on your theory, if man could have survived by getting on a raft, getting on a boat, they tried to get to the highest mountain. That didn't work because the waters kept rising. Could they run ahead of the storm? Think about what I'm saying. Could they have ran ahead of the storm to stay away from the storm? No, because the storm caught up with them. But could they even be in front of the storm? Did it rain just in that area and then it moved it all over? Or did it rain 365, not 365, but 360 degrees? Did it rain all the way around the globe? Mm-hmm. What do you think? How then, if it rained for 40 days, okay? If it rained for 40 days in one area, there had to have been a lot of water coming down in that one area to move the water around the globe so that the whole globe was covered from the lowest to the highest peak of land that a boat could float on. Okay? It had to have rained all around the globe. Okay? For that to happen.
Even if it didn't rain all around the globe, there's still the under the water coming up from below all around the globe.
Right. Okay. If there was oceans, which it probably was, they just weren't in the area of those oceans. With the oceans, and if it rained, wouldn't those oceans fill up and flood the land around them? Okay. No? It's an awful lot of water. We have trouble when it rains for 20 minutes straight. And we see water rushing down the road in the gullies. Okay? For 40 days and 40 nights it rained. Okay? Okay? Severe, heavy. Misplaced strata, letter B. Layers of the earth were laid down in their present order as the rushing floods deposited various sedimentary layers. So it created layers of things that were deposited here, and then something else was deposited on top, and then on top of it, and so on. Okay, so that's basically it for today, but it brings up a lot of questions in your mind. Okay, how could the flood have been so devastating? How could the geologic column be formed? What is the geologic column? It's older on the bottom, newer on top. The idea of it. And so you can see how things can being buried can form this geologic column or the time chart. Okay? Okay, 5.3 is your homework. Reading pages 137 to 141. Okay? So it's up on the board. DLs, that's going to conclude today, just a tad bit early, but glad to see that all of you were on. Okay? Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, page number 100 in the blue book and page 83 in your green book. Finish the exercise. Here we go. Okay, let's go over the green book really quickly. What number did we leave off on? Does anybody remember? Number 5. Okay, let's do. Wait, we did number 5 or okay? Let's do number 6. The leaves have fallen or fell from the trees, and the cold weather has brought or brung snow flurries. Natalie? Good. Have fallen. Has brought. Okay, number 7. I had forgot or forgotten to do my pre-algebra homework. Micah? Good. Forgotten. Number 8. Look what the cat dragged into the house. Tyler? What's the correct form? Not drug. Dragged. Okay, this is also on number 7 at the top of the page. Okay, drug is not correct. Dragged is actually the correct form. Okay. Number 9. Mr. Allen grew a variety of peppers in his garden last summer. Emma? What was it? Grew? With the ED? Okay, grew. Okay, number 9 was grew. Number 10, sorry, it was, I didn't know, I couldn't understand quite what you were saying. Okay, number 10, Father prayed before we ate supper. Andrew? Did it again. Aaron? Number 10, Andrew. Wow. Was it? 8. Good. Number 10 is 8. Okay, for those of you in the blue book, let's go through these quickly. Number 6. Okay, actually, this one, we already did this one. Number 7, we just did that one with number 10, so let's do number 8. The thief kept watch while his partner sneaked or snuck in through a window. Jasmine? Sneaked. Okay. Number 9, Mrs. Gray grew or growed a variety of herbs. Who has this one? Cheyenne? Grew. Nebuchadnezzar had 3 young men throwed or thrown into the furnace. Jason? Thrown. Number 11, we seen or saw the changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace. Bella? You tell me. What did you cross out? Good. Okay. We saw the changing of the guard. Okay. Number 12. Brianna did or done the dishes while mother relaxed. Destiny? Did the dishes. Awesome. Okay. Number 13. He thunk or thought through this topic before beginning to write. Let's go with Ari. He thought through his topic. Number 14. I think we already did this one. That was number 6. So it is have fallen and has brought. And then number 15, the ponds have freezed or frozen over completely this winter. Let's go with Joey. Good. Have frozen. Good. Okay, the ponds have frozen. Okay, tonight for homework, do exercise B. Okay, exercise B. Okay, so page 100 and 101 in the blue book. Page number 83 and 84 in the green book. Are there any questions about grammar homework tonight? Awesome. Okay, exercise B. Okay, go ahead and take out a pen, sheet of paper, your books. Let's go through these one more time together before we take our vocab quiz. Okay. Awesome. All right, list number 10. Okay, let's go through our vocab words. Okay, and then I'm going to say the word and you go over the definition. Okay, so if you want to have your book out, I suggest you do. Otherwise, if you memorize the word for word definition, then awesome. Okay, number 1, baffle. Okay, a little stronger this time, baffle. Good. Number 2, deface. Disfigure, mar, damage. Number 3, futile. Vain, useless, unavailing. Number 4, harbor. Protect, secure, shelter. Number 5, labored. Force, strained, unnatural. Number 6, levee. Embankment, dike, dam. Number 7, mantle. Loose sleeveless coat. Number 8, mauve. Light reddish or grayish purple. Number 9, pump. Splendor and magnificence. And then number 10, veranda. Open porch. Good. Okay. Go ahead and clear your desk. Take out a sheet of paper if you want to use a cover note or a cover sheet. If you need a cover sheet, piece of paper. Okay, and then we will have a quiz on Thursday in grammar. Okay, it was actually supposed to be for tomorrow, but I'm going to move it to Thursday over verb tenses. Okay, so we'll have one more day to practice that, but we'll probably try to do that at the end of our vocab quiz. So everyone go ahead and your desk. That's what we're going to take. For those of you distant learning, over your verb tenses, if you have not turned in your vocab quiz, please take your vocab quiz. If you have not received it, please let me know, and then I can send it to you, but I'm pretty sure I sent it to most of you, okay? And then we will have a quiz in verb tenses on Thursday, okay? And then tonight for homework, I'm going to actually write it in the chat. Tonight for homework, we'll do list 11, your vocab words 1 through 5 twice. And then no literature homework again tonight. There you go. Tyler, can you pass this down? Thank you. Can you take one down, pass it down to the girls? Thank you. Emma, please put your book away when I say to put it away. So in grammar homework, if you guys heard me in the blue book, it's on page 100 and also 101. Exercise B's. In the blue book, in the green book, it's page number 84, I believe. Exercise B. It's page 83 and 84, exercise B. And then vocab is list 11, numbers 1 through 5 twice. List 11, numbers 1 through 5 twice. I'll write it in the chat, but go ahead and send in your vocab quiz once you're done taking it. And then I'll write our everything that's expected in the chat. But we also have a quiz on Thursday in grammar over verb tenses. Okay? Quiz in grammar over verb tenses. So hopefully at the end of this, we'll be able to go over verb tenses a little bit more. So just hang tight, and then I'll write the messages, homework in the chat. Let me know if anybody has any questions. Today is the 12th. If you want to put the date. If you are done, yes. Just let me get it out before you ask a question, okay? If you are done, you may come turn it in at the desk or the chair. What is that called? Tray? The 12th. And then you may work on your grammar homework. Exercise B. Or if you want to look over what we're going to be using. Actually, yes.
For the story, I forgot to write my final draft yesterday. If anyone could still get credit for what I had done.
We just had one. We didn't have any like second draft or first draft for our Read About It story. It was just the story.
Oh, because I did like first draft. I didn't turn it in yesterday, but
Yeah, just turn it in and then you'll get partial credit. Mhm. Okay, raise your hand if you still have your quiz. Okay, just a few more minutes, then we're going to go over verb tenses. So make sure you guys are finishing up. Wait till after class, okay? So go ahead and work on your homework tonight. If you are, yeah, yes,
I forgot to write my name on my Read About It.
that's fine.
It's like has Read About It in big blue.
Blue letters. Okay, I'll just assume it's yours. Okay, once you have turned in your quizzes, please turn to page 85 in the green book and then page 102 in the blue book. But then while we're waiting for those to finish, you may work on your homework while we're waiting. Everyone turn in the quiz. Yes? Okay, awesome. All right, go ahead and open your grammar books, okay? Grammar books, hang on. All right, page 102 in the blue book, 5 in the green book. Okay, verb tenses. So yesterday, we kind of went over the conjugation of verbs. Okay, so using principal parts. So yesterday we talked about different kinds, like the present, our past participle, our present participle, all of those. Okay, okay, let me go do this on the board. Okay, so I should have just kept the titles, but so obviously we have a present, not past, present form. Okay, then we have a present participle. Then we have past. Then we have past participle. So these are the principal parts of a verb. Okay, so with present participle, what am I always looking for? What do I see? What suffix? ing, okay? I'm always going to see ing with a present participle with a helper verb. Same thing, okay? What am I going to see with the past participle? Who knows? What we talked about yesterday, Natalie? Okay, not only just our ed, but we need to have a helper verb plus the past form. So whatever is in this blank needs to be in this blank, but with its helper verb, okay? Or I'm going to have to change it with the past participle, obviously, in order to make it past participle. So look on page number 85 and page 102, okay? So now that we have these down, we're going to look at our tenses, okay? So now we have, these are our principal parts, okay, of verbs. There's present, present participle, past, and past participle, okay? Now we're going to look at tenses, all right? So on page number 85 and 102, tenses, okay? The tense of a verb indicates the time expressed by a verb, okay? That's pretty self-explanatory. A verb tells you when things happen, past, present, or future, okay? There are 6 tenses in English. You want to know these: the present tense, the past tense, the future tense, the present perfect tense, the past perfect tense, and then the future perfect tense. Okay, we'll go over these. Okay, so I want you to mark by present, okay, present tense. That's what happens today or now. Okay. For those of you who are just sitting there, please listen to me, and you need to mark these in your book because some of you guys really need the help, okay? Present tense, you want to mark that it is today/now. Okay, Joey, please sit up, pay attention. Okay. Past tense. Did I make this copy for you yet? Past tense, okay. Past tense, obviously that happened yesterday, okay? Yesterday. Future tense is what will happen tomorrow, obviously. Okay, let's get those down first, okay? So there are tenses. And the reason why we needed to get these principal parts first is because within tenses, you need these parts, okay? So, with tenses, obviously, present is going to be my first one. That's one that's happened now. Okay, there's past, and then there's future. Okay, so give me a verb. Someone give me a verb. An action verb. Brianna? Running, okay? So what would be the present tense of the word running? Class? Run, okay? Present would be run. All right? What is the word, or there's the past of run? Tyler? Ran. Okay, so future might be a little tricky. Okay, how would I do future tense of run? Good. Run. Okay, this is how I know something is going to be future. Okay, the words will or shall. Okay? These will always will or shall. Okay? If you have that with in parentheses. Okay? So will or shall plus your present form. Okay? So notice how this is your present form. All right? Run. Notice how it's not will ran with your past. It's always will run with your present form because it hasn't happened yet. Okay? So let's move on to the next 3 kinds of tenses. Okay? Notice how there is present perfect. Okay? What else is there? Past what, class? Past perfect. Okay? This is a principal part. A tense is past perfect. And then there will be the what, class? Future perfect. Okay? And how I identify each of these. Oops. 4. Okay? The reason why I want you to know the principal parts is because the present perfect, the past perfect, and the future tense perfect will all have principal parts. It'll have a past participle within it. Okay, so notice this. Look at future present perfect. Okay, notice how I identify these with the words have or has with the past participle. So identify present perfect with the word have, has, plus my past participle. Okay, that's present perfect. Let me put this down, Jaden, so you can see. Okay, notice this. Past perfect would be the word had plus my past participle. Okay, so plus this guy right here. So notice, if you guys see it, how this is the X in past participle. So this is where I'm going to see my helper verbs here. Have or has, or had. Okay, that's why I put X here, so that we know, okay, past perfect or past participle always has a helper verb. Okay, then future perfect, this is how I identify it. If you guys see this, will have or shall have. If you guys want to write this down or mark it in your book, this is how you identify things plus the past participle. Okay? So this is why we need to get the principal parts down first. Okay? So present participle, I see, okay, it's going to have an ing. Right? Past participle, I see there's going to be a helper verb with that. And I'm going to use it with my past form. Okay? With present, obviously it's present, past, and future. The perfect part, this is where I need to know where my participles come in. So, present perfect always has the words what class, which helper verbs? Have and has. Okay, it says right there on the board. Everyone should be saying it along with me. Okay? Present perfect has the word what? Have and has. Okay? Plus my past participle. Right? Number 5. What is the word that's always going to be with the past participle? Had. Okay? That's my key word. These are my key words. Okay? With future perfect, what do I always see? Will have or shall have. Okay, that's how I know it's going to be future perfect. Notice the differences between future and future perfect. Okay, future is only shall and will. Future perfect is will have and shall have. Okay, so these are my key words that I'm going to look for. All right, so let's practice them. Let's look at exercise A. Okay, you can even look at the page before to give you indicators of what it is, okay? So you're going to give me if it's present, past, future, present perfect, past perfect, or future perfect, okay? All right. Here we go. Okay. Oh, and also one more thing. With future perfect, it's going to have a be form of the verb. Okay, so whether it is been or be, all of those. Okay, we'll see this in play. All right, so let's look at this. All right, number 1 in the green book. I have been planning this surprise party for a month. Okay, have been planning. Okay, what's my key word there? The word what? No, my helper verb's there. Have or has. Okay, so there's the word have there. All right, I'll just tell you. Okay, so I see the word have. Okay, instantly I'm going to say, oh, it's present perfect. Because notice this is my key word, have or has. Okay, with the words be, here, let me just erase this be. We'll go over this in a second. With the forms be and then the ing, there's going to be different forms with progressive and all this other stuff, but don't worry about that right now. Okay? So I need to know, okay, the word have is there. It's present perfect. Okay? So number 1 is present perfect. For number 1 in the blue book, the Hebrew women led by Miriam sang before the Lord beside the Red Sea. Okay, what would be that tense? Ari? It is past. Awesome. Okay. Number 2. Monty thought about his answer before replying. Emma, can you tell me this one? What's number 2? Monty thought about his answer before replying. What's the tense of the word thought? Good. It is past. Okay. Look at number 2 in the blue book. For those of you in the green book, I want you to pay attention to this, okay? Number 2, Ruth had forsaken her family and friends in order to serve God. What would be number 2? Okay, I see a key word there, the word had. So that tells me it's what, Joey? Past what? Past perfect, okay? Notice with past, there's no helper verb here. Okay? There's no helper verb here. Okay? With past perfect, it tells me there's the word had plus the past participle, which is forsaken. Okay? So number 2 is past participle, or past perfect, I'm sorry. Okay, number 3, in the green book, the candidates will each speak for 10 minutes to the crowd. Hudson, can you tell me this one? Will speak. Good. It is future. Okay. This one is not future perfect because it doesn't have the word have. Okay. This is just will speak. Okay. Same thing with number 3 in the blue book. She will bring the dessert to the social. What's number 3 in the blue book, class? Good. That one is still future. Okay. Number 4, Dixon is thankful for the opportunity to give her testimony. Okay, what is number 4, Cody? Can you tell me? Is my verb. Good, not perfect. Okay, what word goes with present perfect? Look at my board. What word goes with present perfect? Have or has. So do you see that word there? No. Okay, so this one is just present. Okay, but good try. Number 4 in the blue book, I speak on behalf of the class. Okay, Ari, it is present. Awesome. Okay. Number 5, by this time tomorrow, we will have gone to mobile and come back again. Micah, what's number 5? Good. Future perfect. Notice how this is different, okay? Different between number 5 and number 3. Okay, number 3 was future because it was will speak. Notice how future, there's my word will have. Okay, will have, so I know it's future perfect. Okay, number 5 in the blue book, he has witnessed to his friend Anthony. Has witnessed. Bella, can you tell me what this one is? Good. Present perfect. Notice there's the word has. Okay? Number 7, actually, number 6. Karen had been to Los Angeles several times. Kayla? Past perfect. Awesome. And then number 6 in the blue book, they will have prayed for 2 hours during the prayer chain. Jason? Future perfect. Number 7, Bella walks to school each morning. Tyler? Present. Good. And then number 8, Scheherazade, interesting, Scheherazade or whatever, had told 1,000 tales to the king. What is had told? Erica? What's my key word there? What's my helper verb? Had. So what does the word had go under? Look at the board. Okay. Good. Number 8 is past perfect. Okay. So make sure we are going to study those. We'll practice these more tomorrow for our quiz on Thursday. Okay. But tonight, do your principal parts. This will help you practice these. Number 83 and 84. Page 83 and 84, exercise B. Page 100 and 101, exercise B in the blue book. Okay. Are there any questions? Yes, Bella. Okay. So cross out each incorrect verb form and write the correct form above it. Okay? I don't have the book. I have took it back to the library. Does that make sense? Have took it back to the library. Good. Okay, so that's what you're doing. You're changing the verb forms. Okay? That's number 1 in the blue book. Okay? Same thing with number 1 in the green book as well. I don't have the book. I have taken it back to the library. Okay? So tonight, just finish these exercises. Exercise B. Do your vocab homework, numbers 1 through 5 in your vocab and definitions twice. And then there's no literature homework. Okay, I'll write it on the board if anybody has any questions. Distant Learning, if you have any questions, please email me or write it in the chat. I'll do my best to respond through the chat. But if not, you guys are actually, you have 4 minutes until you're dismissed. Chase, if you need to use the restroom, you may go now.
Okay, welcome DLs to history. Welcome to history. Okay, Mr. S is on his basketball, on the way to the basketball game. So here's what you got to do. I'm covering for him, so here's what you got to do. Chapter 13, review, page 146, concepts to consider. Okay, concepts to consider, and know the people. Okay, so that's all you need to do. Chapter 13, review, page 146, the concepts to consider and know the people. Okay, gonna sign off. If you have any problems, call him. I have no idea. Okay, so have a good afternoon. Bye.